Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of the Talos Principle Road to Gehenna. Now, we finished off last night on this puzzle. We'd managed to achieve the main objective, which was to free the trapped individual in this cell, and as a side effect we got access to their terminal, which allowed us to learn some interesting new things. This, in the Road to Gehenna DLC specifically, there seems to be a new mechanic and conceit of an online messaging board, which people are constantly posting on, which is fun and interesting. Anyway, as I say, we accomplished the main objective, but we still haven't figured out how to get to the star. And at the very end of last night's stream, I decided I would leave it till the first thing next stream. So let's get into it. Now, what can I remember about this? Certainly one thing I remember is that we need to get a blue signal here and a red signal there, and that's consistent with the fact that we have a blue source here and a red source over the other side. But there are some problems. One of the main problems is the fact that we only have access to 2 connectors. We do have access to a recorder, which in theory would allow us to double the number of connectors at our disposal, if it weren't for the fact that we don't have perfect access to the room where the recorder is. This complicates matters in so much as we have a problem with connectors ending up being tied up doing other things. Or at least we did last night. It's possible when I look at this with fresh eyes I may realise that's not the case, but that's what it seemed like. In particular, if we want to connect up the blue using just one connector, then we are going to have it placed about here, and it will have to be connected up to the this blue sink to bring the force field down. So that, and that blue sink to bring that force field down, so that it can even have a blue beam coming to it. Now, it stands to reason that all this will have to have been set up in advance. Because until we bring these force fields down, we can't connect, we can't have the blue source connected to one of the connectors for it to power these other blue sinks. And the only other way of bringing this force field down in particular is with this red sink. Hello Kadita, it's lovely to see you again. I hope you're having a nice day. Where was I? And we can't get a red signal here without using at least 2 connectors. Which means that we then don't have another connector to go here. So that was the first problem. Then we have the second problem that, well, there's a bunch of steps we have to go through to bring the required force field down on this side, such that we can get both signals through. And I don't think I ever quite determined whether we could do all the steps that are necessary while we have a connector already tied up doing other things. That's still an open question. Gordita says it's always a beautiful day in Talos. the birds singing and the crickets chirping? Or are they cicadas? I'm not sure. Good question. Right, so what do we have over here? Okay, well that's our first problem. Because I've restarted the game, the puzzle's reset. So the first thing is we're going to need to free this this other connector, which shouldn't be a problem. Right, my only way back is to use the recorder, isn't it? Wonderful. Right. Oh, I must have to do this side second then. Because obviously I'd need a way over there. That's alright. Wait, but then how would I bring this over? I feel like I may have forgotten. Oh, I know what we need to do. Record again. Indeed. It is fun to fly. Right. This is what I was missing. I can swap that round. And now I can bring this this connector over there if I want. Which I think I do want. Just trying to think where it needs to be connected up. Yep, I think I know what I'm doing. Fingers crossed. Right, I think I just need to record a good long time like this. We'll say maybe 30 seconds. Oh, that's a problem. Clearly I haven't thought this through. I think I have actually got myself properly stuck this time. Yeah, I have no way back. I can get over here, but I don't think that helps me get back. No, okay. Never mind. Whoops. That's a shame. Alrighty. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need another connector at all for this. I'm just being daft. There we go. Although, then how do I get over? I think the step with the fan may have been necessary, but then how do I avoid the problem that I just had, that there's no fan piece over there? This is embarrassing. This is the very puzzle that I solved last night and I've already forgotten. The only way over there at present is if I put that connector on there and I fly over. That's obvious. But I need this one, I need a connector here in place for when I'm over there. But while I can only record while I'm over there, there's no way to come back while I'm recording, because the only thing that can weigh down that pressure plate is my past self. So it's not like I could have a connector on here and then move it back here while I'm... It's not like I could have a connector here and then during... playback... No, during playback I could get over here because my past self could let myself over. And so then I move the connector here and then I'd still have a copy of the connector there from recording. Okay, yeah, this does make sense. I don't know why that was giving me so much trouble. So all I need to do at this stage is just stand here and build up plenty of time. I think possibly I'd misremembered that this first part of the puzzle involved having a connector available on this side when it absolutely didn't. Which is on me, obviously. Right, so then this goes here, here, and here. That goes there. I go back over. And I grab the connector. Wonderful. Let's take this over here for now. But I'm not going to be able to get red here unless I have a connector on the other side. Okay, then that's not part of the solution. So that would have to go here. And this would have to go here. We'd have to use the recorder to get a duplicate of it. That much is clear. This would have to be weighed down during the recording. Alright. Let's build up some time again then. We'll just stand on here. So I think what I need to do is once I begin playback, I need to grab the duplicate of the connector, put it over there, and connect it up. I then need to grab the fan piece and put it there, and then go over the other side. And then I suppose the duplicate of the connector that's over there can connect up the red. And then I might be able to connect up the blue from there. That is the blue with the force field being held down from the other side. But that all requires some experimentation. So yeah, I guess we'll keep going till about the 1 minute mark. Wonderful. So, duplicate that. That'll do. Duplicate that. Go back over. Duplicate that. Connect that up. Wonderful. I can't move that. That was it. I knew there was a problem with this idea. Or at least that had been my recollection. The problem is at this point, I may have this force field down, but how on earth do I get a connector there now? Or here now? The only connector I have over here is this one, and that's holding the force field open for us. Yes, that's a problem. That is a problem. Is there another way I could do it? I could pass the red through there, but that brings it round the wrong side, which isn't much help. What am I doing? I need that back there. Perhaps set everything up as the ghost connector fan heads on a pressure plate. Let the timer run for quite a bit, see if that helps. So that I have plenty of time to experiment, possibly. So I know how I can bring this down. But on its own, that's not as useful as you might think. Ideal to start the recording and then go and make a cuppa. Indeed. I think I'd still prefer to try and think this one through for the moment, but I do appreciate the point you're making. Because the problem is, it may require me to set things up in a very specific way before I begin the recording, and then if it turns out that's not the way I had it set up anyway. Interesting. If it turns out that's not the way I had it set up anyway, then all I've done is make a recording I don't need. Alright, what can we say about this? If I'm correct that I'm supposed to have a connector roughly here, connected up to there, there and there, what things must be true? It must be true well, it must be true that this force field's been brought down for it to be connected up in the way I just described. I know that might seem incredibly obvious, but it must be done, and there's only two ways to do that. Either with the red laser or with the blue. If it's the blue, then it would have to take a very circuitous route, since it would have to go round these corners. How many... What's the fewest number of connectors I could use to do that? Could I get an angle here? Not really, no. I'd probably need one here, one on the inside, and one round here, so I'd need a minimum of 3. Perhaps that's the key. Perhaps what I should have been trying Yes, I don't think whether I use the pressure plate or whether I use the blue sync to bring this force field down makes any difference. In terms of the angle that the connectors have to make, I'm limited by the position of the source. If these were the opposite way round, then then it would make more of a difference, but they're not. That is to say, if this recess was over here and this wall with this blue source on was there, then and the pressure plate was moved along with the source, then obviously there could be some advantage to using the pressure plate over the blue source. Sorry, the blue sink, but that's clearly not the case here. So yeah. Okay. So if I need 3 connectors, then I need to be using the recorder. That means I need to have a route back over here. There's no two ways about it. Can I have that bit connected up like this? Yes, I can. This might be key, because this one's going to be visible from here, and then a connector could be brought round here. Alrighty. And one of those connectors could be a duplicate of this one that I'd recorded. And another one could be a connector that I've brought over. And I should be able to get over there, because I can use my duplicate of myself to hold down the pressure plate for the fan in the absence of the connector that's currently there. So this is seeming very doable now. I think I can do at least this part. Again, the big question was, so previously I had it set up so that all these force fields were down, not this one, but the other ones, and I'd connected up the red and I had no way to connect up the blue because I realised that force field had to be down, and I had to get the blue side connected up with just one connector, and this is the only way that seems possible. Let's get things recording, shall we? So I'll make sure this is ready for me to pick up. But obviously when I was setting things up the first time, I had access to both connectors, and I've forgotten whether I needed them both for the setup or not. So we'll just have to see. Right, so what am I doing during playback? The setup for the final sequence, as it were. So what is it that I need to do when I begin playback? I need to grab that connector, I need to jump on there, I need to go to the other side, I need to set the connector up so that it's in this area that we're looking into here, and then I need to set a duplicate of the other connector over there to connect everything up, including to the blue on the far side. I think that's all I need to do. What am I doing? This is where I want to be. So I set this up like so. That seems reasonable. Now with any luck, I can do this now. That goes to there, that goes to there, that goes to there, and this one goes here. I think it should have sight of everything now. What went wrong there? The beams got in the way of each other. Can I do anything about that? No, not easily. This would have to be at different height. Is there another way I could do that? This one absolutely has to be connected up to there and there. There's no way around it because it needs to get the blue signal to it, and that's the only way we can make that happen. It both has to be connected up to the blue source for a blue beam to reach it, obviously, and it also needs to be sending a blue beam to this blue sink to keep the force field down so the signal continues. And obviously I can bring the signal round like so, and I can bring this force field down. It's the blue... it's this that's the problem, isn't it? What if I just... I wasn't using I wasn't using the second connector when I was on this side at all, was I? It's essentially spare and I can just keep it over here. Given that I can keep it over here... maybe there's an entirely different way I could connect things up. I think this will work. It's such a tiny alteration to the sequence of operations, but I think this will make the difference. Because now the two blue beams shouldn't cross paths. They'll just hit the... is that true? They might cross paths, actually. Oh well. We can but try. Over I go. Right, now I'm connecting things up with duplicates. Oh, I'm going to struggle for the angle here. Ah, that won't work then. Okay, that's fair enough. I still think... oh, I won't be able to make it back if I cancel that playback. Never mind. We'll just live with that for now. Okay, I think this can be done, but I need to be a little bit more clever about my placement. Let's see if I can demonstrate while we wait. I think I have to wait for the playback to end. So if I had one connector over here, suppose, and I had another connector over here, their beams are going to cross and we have a problem. And the same will work the other way by symmetry. So if this one tries to connect up, it will be able to make the connection to the blue source over there, but it can't get to the blue sink without befouling the existing blue beam, I think. Yes, because it'd have to go through this one. So the problem is that either the beam from... if we call this the first connector and this the second, because we're placing this one down afterwards and behind the first, if it's too far to the left, then it's the beam that should go to the blue sink is going to befoul the beam from the first connector to the source. And if we do it the other way around, if it's too far to the right, then it's the other way around. The beam that from the connector to the second connector to the source is going to befoul the beam from the first connector to the sink. But in theory, if I placed it right behind it, it should be able to make a connection without any of the beams befouling each other. That's right. So it's all about the angle. I haven't worked this out mathematically, but I suspect it comes down to quadrants. I expect that there's probably a region that's defined by a 90-degree angle expanding outwards, which is directly behind the first connector, where it would be a safe place to put the second connector, and then the next 90 degrees to either side would cause the beams to collide, and then in fact there would be a 90-degree area in front where it would be safe again. That's my intuition anyway. What that means is that I think what I was attempting to do is possible, but I do have to be clever about my placement. I need to make sure that this one is placed, the first connector is placed in such a way that when I place the second one, it's in the quadrant that's behind and not too far to the left or right, so that the beams don't cross. And I think that's how I have it set up now. So I think I can finally set things up so that we have a connector that's over there and fully connected up, bringing this force field down and that force field down in a what's the word, in a self-sustaining fashion. We're still left, even after I've done this though, and even though I'm quite confident that it will work this time, we'll still be left with the open question of, can I, with one connector already tied up doing other things, manage to bring down all these force fields and connect up the red as well. Hello Pengy, it's a pleasure to see you as always. I hope you're well. So let's build up a nice buffer of about a minute and head over. Right, so first things first, grab this one. Oh no, I may have set that too far back. Yep, so there's me saying how confident I am that this will work, and what I went and did was I put this one too far back. Isn't that embarrassing? Alright, do I have an angle on this one now? From over here? I do. So that it should work from that perspective. Is this in the 90-degree quadrant I described before that is distinctly behind this connector, such that there won't be overlapping beams? And I think the answer is yes. So I think now we have everything set up the way it needs to be. Yeah, it looks that way. Oh wait, I need to make sure the connection's actually made. Right, now I think we're ready. So, anyone got any weekend plans? I don't have any plans in particular. Is that recreational programming or work-related programming, if you don't mind my asking? Sounds very nice, Gordita. Right, fingers crossed. I think we're golden. Totally recreational, actually, trying to make a custom flight controller for drones. Goodness. We've done it. Wonderful. I forgot to connect it up there because I'm a fool. Okay, can I correct this now? I think I can, because I think I can just swap these around provided I follow the strictly behind rule. Oh no, because I'm not going to be able to connect up to the source now, am I? No, the strictly behind rule doesn't work because I have more things that need to be connected up this time. Dole. Oh dear. What a buffoon I am sometimes. Oh well, we know the requirements. So, wait. This looks reasonable. Yep, I think that'll work. Let's get recording. Yeah, that custom flight controller business sounds challenging. By controller, is this low-level stuff that deals with motors and making sure it stays stable in the air? Or is this higher level stuff involved with, I don't know, controlling patrol paths or something more along those lines? Again, assuming you don't mind sharing. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and we must remember that goes there. Did I forget that one? There, 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 and there. Okay, now we're golden. Phew. Took me a little longer than it should have done, but got there in the end. Pengy says, yeah, it's been a project I've been working on once in a while for a few years. It's from low level, so interfacing motor drivers, gyros and such, but also control systems, so actively regulating motor speed so it's stable and don't flip over. Goodness. So do you have something like a serial interface to the motors then? And presumably a series of sensors that you use to determine, well, whether the drone is currently flipping over. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's a very good question. I need to set this up, and for that I would need an extra connector, of course. But the thing is, it's not like I could have set this up using any fewer connectors. Could I have done it with any fewer fan pieces? What I'm thinking now is that I'm probably required to set up this red one and this blue one in sequence? No, all I need is to have something weighing that down that's probably going to be a fan piece. Could I have done this in one fewer fan piece? That is the question. Problem is, the red would have had to already been... I'd have to do the red before I could get something over there weighing it down, weighing the pressure plate down. But I needed to have the blue, I needed to have one of the connectors over there in a specific position already. Such that I could set the blue up like this. Okay, I think I'm starting to see the... solution. It requires solving two puzzles in parallel. Or concurrently, I should say. Because with the way I set things up before, I think I may have had a... I think I had a single connector spare if you include all duplicates. I think I only needed 3 to set up the blue, so this one could have been resting somewhere else to begin with, I think. Problem is I had it on the fan, and I do kind of need it on there so I can get over there. Pengy says, yeah, the motor drivers are taking a protocol pretty specific called D-Shot. It sends bits as pulses of different widths. For gyros and such, it's just SPI mostly. You aren't the computer for debugging. Ooh. One interesting thing is I'm pretty sure the fan piece that weighs that down has to be the one for over there, not the one for over here, because I'm going to need the one for over here to bring down the force field on that side. And once I've taken a fan piece away, I can't then use the fan, obviously. So since I end up on this side, I can't use the fan on this side, therefore leaving the fan piece on that side in place, because I don't have a way back there. Is that strictly true? Because there is a ladder over here, I could probably get over there. That might not actually be true. I don't think that is true. I think because of clever level design I could actually use either fan piece. I'm pretty sure I could slip back over there and get the other fan piece over here even without that fan working, provided I could get through here. That's useful to know. So that's... Ah! I wonder. No, what I was just thinking wouldn't work. That's a shame. I was wondering if the thing that weighs this pressure plate down could be the other fan piece. But it can't be. Because when I go over there, if I used the fan piece from over here to weight this down, I would need to take it with me when I go back so that I could use the fan piece to get back over here. But if I've just taken it, it's not weighing it down, so that doesn't work. So, just to recap what I think I've worked out so far, I think I need one of the connectors over there connected to the red, such that I can see it from here. I then need to take that connector, after I do a recording, I then take that connector, run back with it, come over here, and then I set up the red to let me through. I then use a fan piece to hold that down. And then I can reuse the connectors to set up the blue. And I think once all of that has been done, I can do the final sequence. I think I know everything else that needs to be done from that point on. The issue is... Well, the issue is, there are going to be 3 connectors, including duplicates, that do the setup for this. I need one on this side in the right position, one over here in the right position, and obviously the one that I put down here. That only leaves me... That means that the connector that I leave over there to connect up the red must be a duplicate. It must be one of the phantom connectors. Which is fine, I'm pretty sure I can set that up, but for the fact that I then have nothing to weigh this down. That's where I'm stuck. If this was already being held down by a fan piece, and it was that fan piece, I wouldn't be able to go over there. If it was this fan piece, then I couldn't take it with me. So either way, I wouldn't be able to get back. I don't think George could stand here on this plate. The reason George couldn't stand here on this plate is because I'd need to be recording for him to be there. But the recorder's on the other side, and so I'd need a way to use the fan over there, which isn't reliant on my duplicate standing on the plate over there. So that doesn't really work, unfortunately. Unless there's a trick I've missed. Let's see, one of the connectors has to be around this point to set this up. I think it's technically more like this point. Yeah, this would be an ideal point for it to be on. Another one of the connectors has to be over there. No two ways about it. But that's both of them. I then have no way to weigh that down. I can't use the fan piece from the other side, because if I did that I'd have no fan to get back. Since I can't have it weighing it down while I'm also holding it in my hand to bring it over there. Hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you again. How are you feeling? Hold on. Those weird pieces I found before, I don't suppose they have weight, do they? Wherever they were. Where were they? Oh, maybe they've gone back to their default location after I restarted the game. That's a distinct possibility, isn't it? In which case one of them would be in here. If I recall correctly. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I'll put that there. Where was the other piece? Wasn't it over here somewhere? Yes. I'll go with the arm for the leg. Sorry for now. Does this have weight? Oh. I know I took one of these through a purple barrier before. I talked about it on stream, how strange that was that they seem to be immune. Can I take this one through? I can. Does it have weight? No. That's a pity. Recovered a slight bit from yesterday, but very weak still. Thanks for asking. How about yourself? I'm doing quite well. Sorry to hear about your condition. Is it just the migraine you're recovering from, or...? If you don't mind my asking. What am I missing? I suppose either one of my assumptions must be wrong, or the solution isn't what I think it is, but it really does feel like the solution is going to involve solving solving these two puzzles in parallel. Strictly speaking, if I brought both of these force fields down, I'd have another way over there. And because of the ladder, I could get into that area, but I'd need at least one of the... fan pieces to be on that fan to be able to ride it back over here. That would liberate this fan piece though. But then what would I be using to hold down the other pressure plate? I suppose I could actually... I would only need one. Because I could, if I was on the other side, I could change which fan piece was, which pressure plate the fan piece was on, so I could get to both sides from there. Does that lead to a solution? Possibly. It would require me to bring this force field down twice. What if you complete the red laser set first and then did the blue afterward? I don't think that's possible. Or at least it's not possible in the trivial sense. I think I'm going to end up having to solve the blue one twice. I think I have to bring it down once so I can get a fan piece on there, But then I'm going to, because a fan piece will be down there, it will be that fan that's lost its fan piece. So then when I want to go around this side, I'll have to move the fan piece from there over there, and then this will be down again, and so I'll then have to bring the... I'll then have to, what am I saying? This will be down again, so I'll then have to bring the red beam over here a second time to bring this down a second time. I think then it can be done. So the first step to that will be bringing this down a first time. So let's do that. Right, what am I doing? I'm setting up the red. Ah, but once this goes down... No, I should be able to get this into a stable state, I think. Oh, fingers crossed this works then. Okay. This goes about here. Alright. I don't need to do that for long. This is just to bring me over once. Now I grab this. This goes over here. I then set this up. Right, that's down. Next thing to do is I take this, and this holds that down. But as you can see, I now technically have access to both sides, just not at the same time. So I can, at least once I disconnect that, I won't have access to both sides at the same time. Right. And I can get in there, and using the recorder, I can use the fan to get over. So I think this might work. Right, this needs to be set up as we had it set up before. With it connecting those two and being in a very specific position where we can have a connector connecting up there and a connector behind it, and the beams won't cross at all. So something like that. And now we connect it up. And this is crucial. I do not take the fan back. I have to go around the long way. Let me check my angles, because I may not get a second chance at this if I mess up. So that looks good. Could be better. Could be better. Let's bring it forward slightly. Okay, that angle's good. What about from this side? I need to be able to get in the quadrant behind it, so that both beams... I think that will work, but let's shift it slightly to the left. Make things as easy for ourselves as possible. Right, do I still have a good angle here? I do. Do I still have a good angle here? Yes, that's actually quite a good angle. Right, that should be doable then. Now I need to walk around the long way. Like so. That needs to stay there. This is what all this obnoxious setup was about. It was about getting into a position where this connector can begin... this connector can be in this exact position when the recording is being made. Right, is there anything fancy I have to do? Let me think about my order of operations. So, I think all I have to do is make a recording of this in this position and my past self on that platform. Next thing I would have to do is I'm carrying this over. That's right. So if I'm carrying... Oops. That's not ideal. There we go. If I'm carrying this over, then I need a way through here. I could probably just use a duplicate of the fan, or I could just have myself in the recording having gone over here before they stood on there. Either would work. The latter's probably slightly simpler. So when I'm recording, I actually need to stand on there a moment, then stand on there. So I come through here, I grab that. Oh, but I need to bring the connector all the way through. Okay, that's important. So I will need something on there for a longer period of time. So perhaps I'll keep my past self on there for, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. So I have enough time to walk over here, pick up the duplicate of that, and walk back over here. Then my past self jumps on there. I go over to the other side. I now have access to 3 connectors on that side, including duplicates. So I should be able to set up the blue the way I had it before. So it's all self-sustaining. All the force fields that need to be down are down, and so on. Once it's self-sustaining, that then liberates exactly one connector. That connector can then be used to bring the force field down. Once the force field is down, I need to get the other fan piece onto the other pressure plate, which means I need to be able to walk through here. So actually my past self is going to have to move. There's no way around that. No, because I could have carried the duplicate fan piece over when I first flew over. Okay, either way, the requirements right at the end of the final sequence change what I have to do at the very beginning of the recording. So at the beginning of the recording, I need to walk onto that, stay there for about 20 seconds, then walk onto that. Then at playback time, I must remember to grab the fan piece. In fact, if I'm doing that anyway, if I'm grabbing it anyway, maybe there's no point having my past self standing on there for 20 seconds. Maybe it's easier if I just grab the fan piece right at the beginning of playback, put it on there. Oh no, because I'm flying back with the fan piece. So I couldn't have had the fan piece and the connector in my hand at the same time when I flew over the first time. So, yes, this has to be done in a very precise way. Right, I begin the recording, stand on there for about 20 seconds, stand on there for a good long time. We'll say 2 minutes, give myself loads of time to set up over there and hopefully not make a mistake. Then I have to stand on there again to let my future self through. To grab the fan piece and come back this way with it to hold down both force fields. I wonder if that means I should I don't think I need to have this all connected up right now, but I think it makes the solution slightly easier if it is. But yeah, once I have a self-sustaining blue connector over there, and I have both fan pieces over there bringing both force fields down, I'll have one connector free and that can connect this up. But there's no reason why it couldn't also have been this. Once I've recorded, this will be one of the phantom connectors. There's no reason I couldn't do it that way either. Right, so I think I know exactly what I'm doing. So one last time, what do I have to do when I begin the recording? Walk onto there for about 20 seconds, walk onto there for about 2 minutes, walk onto there for, I don't know, a minute or so, walk back, begin playback. Then I have to go through here, grab that, come back, fly over, and the rest I can worry about when I get there. Wish me luck. So, hopefully I should have got back by now. Now we're just building up loads of time here. So, my future self will be flying over there with the connector. Then they'll be setting up the blue. That will liberate a connector, which they can then use to connect up the red. Then they have to go round, and my past self should walk onto there, letting them through to grab the fan piece. In fact, I think the very end of the sequence I've just described would only be necessary if I hadn't just set up that connector over there to already be powering the red sink. The final sequence I've just outlined would be what you would need to set this up in a self-sustaining way so that the whole puzzle remains open. I think I can actually shortcut the very end sequence if I do it during playback. So, like I say, give myself a nice 2 minutes or so. Right, now a 40 seconds or so on here. Hopefully my future self will be walking through here, grabbing that and going that way with it. That is the hope. So, at the 3-minute mark, I'll begin playback. Then I've got a dash over there, grab the connector, and then fly over to the other side with it. Right. Wish me luck. Thank you, past me. I'll take that. Thank you. Right, now I need to set up the blue. Hopefully that'll do. Grab that. Right, what does it need to be connected up to? That, 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 and that. It needs to be able to see all of them. Right, that's worked. This one's now free, and because of the way we set it up, I should be able to connect this up now. And we did it! But just because I can, I'll actually complete the rest of the final sequence. I spent so long working this out and setting it up, I may as well. So shortly my power self will stand on there, I grab the fan, and I should be able to set this all up to be self-sustaining. Oh my goodness, that was a difficult one. So if I hadn't set this connector up so that it was already connected over there, then the force field wouldn't have gone down yet. And I'd have to do what I'm about to attempt in about 20 more seconds. Oh, thank you, Jenny. I think that was by far the most challenging puzzle we've done yet. Right, here we go. Then I would grab this, walk back, hold that down, grab this, which is no longer needed, and set this up. Oops. And so now if I've done it correctly, even once playback finishes, this should all still remain open. And it has. So that's the solution. Oh goodness. So the key I was missing for a long time is that you absolutely have to go round the long way. You can't use this fan to go over once you enter the final sequence. What do we have left to do actually? We've done that one, we've done that one. I think it's just that one to go. Is that right? Were there only 3? No, there were 4. Because yes. There we go. Right, so there's one up here presumably. I think we read that one before. Open field. Very nice. My first thought is this would be a very easy place for the developers to hide things. Oh, does this allow me around all of the outside? This might be why I couldn't get to that star previously. It's possible that I really was expected to tackle it from the other side. That's interesting. That must be for one of the other puzzles. Very nice, isn't it? Right, so I think that was the perimeter check complete. Is it? Or do I still have another side to do? I think I must still have another side to do. Where did I start? Okay, I think that's the perimeter check complete. Ah, that must have been the area we were looking at to begin with. Hello. Well, now this is curious, isn't it? Almost like it's inviting me to jump in there. Huh. This must be used in some way to... No, this can't be used to get a star, because this is the one we just did. Huh. Right, was there an area over here that I hadn't investigated? I think so. Interesting. Still haven't identified... Oh, a star. What was I saying? Still haven't identified where I came in. Ah, here. This must be where I came in. Freedom is always the freedom of the dissenter. And then we appear to have some ASCII. So, if you'll bear with me one moment. Oh, I've moved off. There we go. Right, so what do we have? 4, 3, which is a capital C. For 1, A. 4E. N. 4E. O. 540 cannot space 4 that's going to be D E L E T E cannot delete. Goodness, this is a very large area, isn't it? Alright, where did I see that gold star? Is it over here? No. There it is. Right, let's investigate this then. Okay. We can travel under it. I wonder if we're supposed to use a fan to get over there. I can't imagine how else it would be possible. Ah, that's where they've been trapped. So, ultimately, we need to get a red signal there from somewhere. Oh, they're telling everyone about us. Probably. Box. Interesting. Very interesting, because if I could get a red signal this far, why would I need a box? Perhaps I would. Perhaps I need the box to get the signal high enough. The beam, that is. Oh, another red sink over there. Blue sink. A fan. Interesting. Right. Oh, 2 sources and a connector. So we're getting somewhere. Just one connector though. Nope, 2 connectors. So I suppose our first task should be trying to liberate that connector. That looks... what would the angle be on that? It would be easy with another connector, because I could connect up there and there. But if I've got to connect up to the blue source all the way over there, that gets more difficult. While this is a very beautiful area, I do feel like the developers have made this artificially longer by placing the puzzle in such a large space. Takes me much longer to discover where everything is. Takes, even once I know what I want to do, takes me longer to actually do it. Doesn't have quite the same purity and focus that the earlier puzzles did. Gordita says they get better. Wonderful. Looking forward to it. I mean, in general, I've been quite happy with the puzzles so far. This is the second largest map in Gehenna. Only the second largest, you say? Yes, there are two other comparable and one much larger. Oh dear. Not a fan of that. It feels like I've discovered everything. Though it, like I say, is very hard to tell with an area this large. I so easily could have missed something. Right, well, if I'm going to get a beam to this sink, then clearly the connector needs to be on this side of it, in front of it. Ah, that'll be the angle. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. That wasn't too bad after all. Now I have two of these. Presumably, I need to free up the box next. I don't know that for certain. But it seems reasonable that the developers wouldn't have put tools in the vicinity that weren't required to solve the puzzle. And that's the only other tool that I'm aware of at present. So as I say, it would make sense that that's the next thing to do. Oh. That's suboptimal. Can I do anything about that? I could pass the beam through that way, I suppose. Through the window. I'm not sure if the terrain will be any more accommodating, though. What was that far blue one for? Perhaps I need to investigate that next. Where even is the far blue one? Let me go back to where I was. I was over here. Blue's there. So just behind that arch. There's the arch, so the blue one must be there. The blue sink. Indeed. Ah, it must do the fan. Though we don't yet know why we would have any interest in the fan. Right, where was I? That goes to there. That goes to there. Let's just hope it can make a connection this time. I think we're in luck. Wonderful. Liberated a box. Just for my own interest, let's see what happens if I turn the fan on. Does it do anything useful? I mean, again, you wouldn't have thought the developers would have put loads of irrelevant things in. So I can only assume it's there for some reason. I just don't know what that reason is. Okay, that certainly got me a lot of height. And I landed exactly here. So I could pass something. If I had both these fans on, I could pass something back and forth. And with the box, in theory, I could have a connector on top of there. But that would require another connector. Honestly, that would seem a good way to open that up. Because it should have enough height to get over there, at least momentarily. I mean, it would keep going down, but as long as the duration to charge the red sink isn't too great, that should work. All this assumes that I can find another connector though. Otherwise it just would not work. Actually, is that strictly true? Yes, I think that is strictly true. I reckon the fan over there probably takes me to the gold star. Or at least somewhere where I can get to the gold star. Where was that again? I'm sure it was about here. Truth be told, I have lost track. There. So that's possible. Okay, like I say, my intended... or not... the solution to the puzzle I'm currently contemplating would require me to acquire another connector. I'm pretty sure I'd need another connector to do it any other way anyway. Maybe if I follow the path a bit? Might lead me to something I've missed. That just leads me back to the start. So we've got that all connected up. Gadita said, is one of your connectors currently underemployed? I think one of them's not being used. But if I need to get a signal there, then it's going to take more than 2 connectors. In fact, I think they're both not doing anything. Oh yeah, one of them's doing the fan. Hold on, just for the sake of argument, can I have both fans on at the same time? You'd assume so. That's not really the sake of argument, is it? For the for the sake of testing the feasibility of this plan? Ah, that's not going to work. That's a problem. Ah, okay. I think this might... Wait, does that work? No, that's... Obviously that won't work because that's a fence. Do you know the phrase, hoisted by its own petard? Indeed. If that's not the way it's done then, how is it done? This has been very carefully designed to make it hard for me to get signals in here. By signals I mean beams, to get beams in there. Yeah, that's just not going to work. I'd need at least one more connector. That's why the fan makes more sense. Yeah, this would easily be high enough. Let's do that again a few more times and just see if I can see anything while I'm up high. Doesn't seem like I'm missing anything. Wait, I'm missing a trick here. I am missing a trick here. Hold on. Disconnect this. Wait, will that work? What I was thinking is, what if I had the connector that's doing the red also connected up to the red sink here and the red over there, because then it could power it as it falls down. But that assumes that it won't land, that if the box is flying towards a fan which is going, it will be pushed back before it gets low enough down that the connection is broken. That's the best theory I have right now, though. It might work. So I need to break this right now so I can get the box onto the blue platform in front of the fan. Wonderful. Next, the other connector, wherever I placed it, you need to be connected up to there. You need to be connected up over here. And you need to be connected up to the red source. Wonderful. Next, you need to stand on here. Now, if I start the blue again, there's a chance this will work and there's a chance it won't work. It depends exactly how the physics is coded. Right, wish me luck. Well, so far so good. Ahahaha! It did work. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? Right, we'd best free them. Bye, Sam. Oh, hello, Sam. That's interesting. I think Sam was taller than me. I'd assumed that our bodies were built to the same specification, other than possibly a different coloured alloy. Show threads. Right. Let's see what we can see. New gallery season attached. Voting is now closed while we tally up the results. Of course, you may continue to explore the gallery at your leisure. Rockwell, how convenient, the vote was closed just before I got here. Kaiju, good luck everyone. I wouldn't let my newfound freedom come between me and watching the live result. Lilith, the results are in. Knave, drumroll. Lilith, in third place, Knave, with where the humans live. Knave, my first placement, woohoo. Dog, a pity it finally came on the day Euro begins pulling this place apart. Lilith, there was a very tight competition this season for first and second places, and in the end it came down to a single deciding vote. In second place this season is Mr. Malkibber, with a collection of natural history curios. Mr. Malkibber, really? I owe all to you guys. Wait, did I? Oh, okay, sorry, I was just clicking to continue, I didn't even read it. That was a bit rude. Lilith, okay. Lilith, finally, first place this season by a single vote, and next season's leading light, the winner is... Everyone seems to love this guy. It's The Blacksmith with his abstract collection. Dog, I don't know why everyone keeps voting for this guy when he never shows up in person. Bit holier than thou if you ask me. Lilith, congratulations also to all those who voted for the Blacksmith. Be sure to check in for your rewards. Rockwell, Lilith, who exactly turned the vote? Lilith, Lamb had the deciding vote as it happened. So it's not an anonymous vote then. Unfortunately you didn't select the winner and gained no profile status. Interesting. Mr. Malkibber's theories on food. Mr. Malkibber, since Knave asked in a previous thread, I thought I'd write something about food. On food.txt. Kaiju, weird. Awesome stuff, thanks. Knave, I feel smarter now. Dog, what I don't get is how so many of them didn't understand that they were machines. Every day they went around processing matter to extract energy, and they didn't realise? This is Talos principle stamped all over it. Borg, perhaps they just simply aspired to something more than just being food processing machines. Dog, that's still what they were. Borg, not if they chose to be more. Lamb, I'm glad we don't have to deal with all that. Garrett, we may have to when we get out of here. Belial, there is no out of here. Orc, don't start fighting, folks. You know we depend on each other. Mr. Malkibber's theories are fascinating and give us an insight into the world that was. But we shouldn't forget the world that is. The world we built here. Read on food. Mr. Malkibber's theories on food. Food is something that was incredibly central to the human experience. It seems completely absent from ours, even though we are so similar in so many ways. Humans required fuel. They got this fuel by consuming other living beings, of which there was a great variety in their world. Without fuel, they didn't merely slow down or temporarily stop functioning, as when a power source is removed from a turret, but physically decayed in a way that could not be fixed. This meant they had to constantly seek new sources of fuel, at least 3 times a day. They also had to deal with those elements of their fuel that their bodies could not process. These were excreted through 2 orifices between their legs. The latter subject matter was the source of many taboos and also a great deal of humour, though this resulted in frequent controversy. The most famous artist to engage with this subject was called Scatman John on account of his specialisation. One of the ingenious things a human ancestor did was to transform the chore of fuel seeking into a source of pleasure. Since parts of their bodies respond to chemical configurations by producing sensations, they used this trait to create a truly stunning variety of foods, each having a different so-called taste. Foods were available at widely distributed fueling stations, which also provided excrement removal facilities, so food became a source of pleasure. However, the inefficiencies of food distribution in human society frequently led to significant shortages for sections of the human population. There were attempts to rectify this, ranging from moral appeals to struggles for systematic change, but I do not know if they succeeded before the end. Incredible Stories number 5. Featuring new work by Belial, Mac, Gelatia, Mr. Mulkibber. I think Gelatia is a new one. Fiction, Alexandra's Choice by Galatea. The One Spiritual Law of Happiness by Belial. Non-fiction, The Blacksmith's Lost Work by Mac. Alexandra's Choice. Alexandra's Choice by Galatea. Alexandra stood before the terminal and pondered her choices. Here, within the Pyramid of Eon, the most powerful temple of her people, she was about to create a world. All she had to do was press one button. Up until this moment, it seemed easy. Or if not easy, then so necessary as to defy contemplation. Civilization had to be saved from the impending catastrophe. The orangutans had failed to take steps to protect themselves, had relied on their gods for a salvation that never came. The same fate could not be allowed to befall humanity. If this meant humbling herself, accepting her own death, then so be it. But death was inevitable. Life was a choice. What worried her was the ones who would fail, all the lost souls of the new world, victims of the process. In creating them, was she not also responsible for their deaths? She turned to the statue behind her, gazed at its marble form. If you are a god, Zeus, as the stories claim, then why did you create evolution? Why did you make a world that can only grow through cruelty and pain? For a moment, surely this meant death was near. She thought she heard him answer, "My child, I was shaped by the gods that came before me, as you were shaped by me. The choice I had was between creation and oblivion, life and death, and I chose life, because any life is better than no life, because as long as there is life, there is hope, if not for us, then for some generations to come." "Then how are you a god if you can offer so little?" she whispered, feeling death creep closer. "I am a god because I take upon myself the burden of creation," the statue replied. "Then we are all gods," Alexandra said, and pushed the button. As the new world came into being, death overwhelmed Alexandra Drennan. Her mind fled and her body slowly turned to stone, until she stood before the terminal as Zeus stood on his pedestal. There were no more choices now, only hope that creation mattered. Interesting. The One Spiritual Law of Happiness by Belial. Once upon a time there was a small lake, and on the lake was an island. And on the island was a prison. In the prison lived a male human called Musky Rack. Musky was very sad, because there wasn't enough space in the prison for him to experience happiness. "I must discover the one spiritual law of happiness," he said to the other prisoners, a female called Zene and a neutral human called Crumpir, but they didn't care. He couldn't understand how they could be so calm. One day Musky managed to break out of his cell by biting through the bars. Now he was no longer in the prison, and for a while he was happy. But then he realised he was stuck on the little island, and he became unhappy again. So he gathered his strength and swam across the water. This is how Musky got to the valley that surrounded the lake. The valley was much bigger than the island, and there were many interesting things here. A forest where all the trees were the colour of lasers, a swamp with boats in it, a singing dog, and also a city where toasters lived. For some years Musky was absorbed by all this, and he was happy, but then he started feeling trapped again. The valley was surrounded by mountains, and soon they looked like prison walls to him. He tried climbing the mountains, and came to a bigger country, but even that was surrounded by oceans. Where was true freedom? Where was true happiness? When he'd almost lost hope, Musky met an old male human with a huge amount of white hair growing from his head. He lived in a small house by the beach, where dolphins and whales and sea elephants came to bask in the sun. He never went anywhere far from his house, but he was always happy. The old man's name was Quantum. "Wise old Quantum, how can I discover the spiritual law of happiness?" Musky said. "I've searched for it everywhere, but I'm always trapped. You've not looked everywhere, Quantum said. If you've not looked within, close your eyes. Muskie closed his eyes, and for the first time in his life he couldn't see any obstacles. No walls, no mountains, no oceans. The space within him was without end, and he could go wherever he wanted without even moving. He smiled. Muskie went back to the old prison where he'd started, and now he understood why Zene and Crumpet were always calm. They knew they had an infinity of time and space to explore within them. Together they sat in their cells and were happy and free. The Blacksmith's Lost Work by Mac. The blacksmith is one of the most mysterious members of our community. All of us have our opinions, of course, but only the blacksmith chooses to express them purely through art. To the rest of us, Gehenna means many things at once. We create, we consume, we discuss, but the blacksmith only creates, or perhaps there is a discussion happening, but it all takes place in the realm of interactive art. The blacksmith's dedication to this one form of communication, however, only deepens one of Gehenna's great mysteries, the fate of the blacksmith's lost work. Jerusalem, as the lost work was called, was posted in Gehenna for only the briefest period of time. Many had not even managed to start playing it when it vanished. Some had begun and felt quite impressed, but not managed to explore it in the depth that it seemed to require. Then, suddenly, it was gone. Some suggest that the blacksmith deleted it because it was somehow flawed. Others think it was accidentally destroyed by a glitch, but that the blacksmith refuses to ever upload anything twice. Others yet, well, mainly Rockwell, think that it contained one of Elohim's secrets and was destroyed by a killer app that roams the world looking for leaks. There is also a theory that the moment someone finished it, they were granted some kind of special insight, at which point the work deleted itself. One fact remains: it's gone, and every attempt to recover it from the database has failed, as has every private message to the blacksmith asking for it to be made available again. What was Jerusalem? What was it really about? We may look for hints in the blacksmith's more recent works. We may hope the file turns up again someday, but the truth may never be known. Right. Let's keep going then, I suppose. So the next question is, how are we to get to the gold star? Now, I suspect we can use the fan here. Does it have sight of the box? No. Surprisingly. That's going to make life difficult. Oh. Does it? It might do, actually, but through the trees. I think it does. I think the trees are just obscuring it, but these trees will not obscure a beam. Okay, so all I need to do then is reverse it. Such that the... red source is permanently linked to the red sink, and the blue one is going via the... connector, presumably. Can I make that happen? Or if not, is there an alternative? If there is a way to connect the red source to the red sink directly, it will probably require me to be a long way away from both, like here. Let's try that. Seems to work. Okay. So now I just need to connect up the blue. That needs to be connected there, and of course we need to connect up the other blue sink. Right, with any luck, that'll be it. Right, fingers crossed. Oh wait, oh, I've made a fatal error. As before, I need the box to be on the side that can have power sent to it directly. And I need to disconnect the power initially. Right. Now I think we can make this work. Right, that goes on there. That was strange. Why did the signal stop? Oh no. That's a problem. I'm not sure there's much I can do about that. I could try raising it higher still. Can I get the angle from here? Maybe. Maybe I can. I think I may have done it. I think it's done. Huzzah! Right, let's hope this does in fact take me to the gold star as I had previously theorized. It did! We did it! So, that's another prisoner freed. And that's another gold star. So, just 2 more gold stars in the area. Do we know where they both are? I recall one of them was through there. Was there one through here? I had a feeling there was. But I could be wrong. Oh, I remember where it was. It was there, wasn't it? So yes, at the very least we do know where the remaining 2 gold stars are. There's one here as well. Now, I seem to remember when I tried to solve this one before, I came to the conclusion that it was much more likely that I'd be able to reach that from the outside. Although at that point I didn't yet know for certain that I could go out. So where would it be? Somewhere about here? Or somewhere about here? There, I can see it. To be fair, I'm not seeing a straightforward way up there from this side either. I do have access to a box, so I could gain a bit of height, but not enough. Not with just one box. Oh, that was a bug. Hmm. Right, let's advance this a little bit. I do have a box on this side. Any ideas, chat? I remember why previously I thought I'd probably have to go around the outside, because those fences don't look climbable, nor do those. As in, I don't think I could walk along them even if I could get up to them. So that's the only section that looks walkable, and there was no obvious way to get up there from this side. But admittedly, there's no obvious way to get there from the other side. I take it there's no hidden fans about here. There could be something hidden in there, couldn't there? What does that look like from the outside? And how will I even identify it from the outside? So there's what looks like a very elongated pyramid shape there with the top cut off. And then there's a more traditional parapet there. And the souls of the dead shall be gathered into the spirit, and the spirit shall flourish. Stapleton Poetry. ... No, I don't think that's going to be accessible. I don't think the place we were looking at is going to be accessible from the outside. Oh, that must be the thing I was looking at. That looks like it's on the inside. Alright. Ah, so the other side is probably about here. Which makes sense. I'm pretty certain there's something there. Let's see. If there isn't, then from the other side I should be able to walk up to that face of that parapet. Which I can't. There's something there, isn't there? That's quite possibly the key. The key to getting over to the gold star. With a box, I might be able to get up there. Now there was a box about here, wasn't there? I've forgotten where precisely. There. Not quite high enough. There's definitely a little enclosed area about here though. Oh, nearly. No, that's not a huge help. I don't think there was anything else in the area, was there? No other tools. Doesn't look like it. What was the trick to this in the end? I remember connecting up all the blues over the top. But then there was a red on the far side, and the only red source was over there. Tell you what, let's try to complete this again. Just so that... Oops. Did I put the box? Just so that I can thoroughly check to make sure there are no other... tools I'm missing. Right, that needed... Oops. That needed blue. That needed blue. That needed blue. That needed to be connected up. Blast. Oh, I remember what the solution was. I had to connect it up to 2 sets of sources due to the patrol path that the buzzer takes. It would alternate between the reds and the blues. Nothing here I'm missing? Doesn't seem like it. Supposing there were another way in there, I think it would have to be... Well, I mean, the only puzzle it would share walls with is the outdoor one. But we did go round there and find nothing. Where would it be? It would be somewhere about here, wouldn't it? It would be the other side of that. I think. Yes. I suppose, hypothetically, there could be another fan in the outdoor area that then lands us in what we think is a hidden area in there that might then allow us to get to the gold star for that. But I don't think we've seen any evidence of that. And that would seem a bit obnoxiously long-winded. Right, where was the other one? Obviously we have to get both in the end. Hold on, just for the record, can I bring this one in here? No. Okay, this cannot leave the area then. It's reasonable to assume. That was the other one. Supposing we wanted to get there, how would we do it? Just to check once more. I can't take that leg in here, can I? No. So if it's used anywhere, it really is reasonable to assume it's used somewhere out here. Used for what is the question? I don't suppose any of these statues are missing a leg, are they? If we want to climb there... No, that's not going to work. I mean, we'd have to get on either that wall or that wall. It does feel more like there's going to be a solution involving fans or something, doesn't it? Hello. Oh, this is getting more and more curious, isn't it? Perhaps I should search the area more thoroughly. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Another piece. Looks like this was a statue that fell to pieces. Nothing more yet. If there are more pieces, admittedly I don't know how spread out they'd be. I'm searching the entire perimeter, but it could be that they're actually in quite close proximity. It's looking a lot like that's the case, isn't it? Right, what do we have so far? Could that be part of his waist? Legs? Hat? Head? So not an arm yet, not a torso. There's an arm. Problem is, even if I found all the pieces, how would I even put them back together? Do I not need to? I don't even know what they're going to do, if anything. I'm assuming there's some significance to finding all these pieces, but... but I don't really know what that is. I think it's reasonable to assume... I mean, we found so many bits so far, I think it's reasonable to assume that at a minimum there's an arm and a torso still left to be found. It would be strange for those to be the only parts. Hello, what are those? Are those important in any way? Possibly not. I was looking at those little holes in the cement, but I don't think so. Just to be sure, I take it there's no interaction between these bits. No, it doesn't seem like it. Right, let's carry on. Ha ha ha. Okay, so the bits aren't that close together. Hello, that's a plinth in quite a central position with nothing on it. Could that be where the pieces want to go? Ha 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 ha! We're getting somewhere. Do I have to use the bits in order? Yes. It won't let me place one that's not in the right order. Which is fair enough, that's actually quite a clever way to go about it. This bit maybe? Yes. This bit? Indeed. This bit. Wonderful. So I'm guessing we're just looking for a torso now. Now that's not a something I expected to hear myself saying when I woke up this morning. Oh, Joe says, what would be the purpose to pick up the broken parts? Oh, so you need to fix it. Another puzzle. Indeed. I assume I'm looking for a torso bit, and then I probably have the remainders right there. And I assume in some way it's going to help me get to the gold star that's up there, although I'm not entirely sure how. Jenny says, yes, before the head, the upper part of the puppet's body is missing. Indeed, and I don't know where it is. All I can do is look. Jenny says this looks like a horrible murder case. Indeed. Certainly that's what it felt like when I found the first leg unexpectedly. I think we may have the last piece. Right, here we go. Wish me luck. It's really not clear what that did. Let's check the other gold star area. Yisha says perhaps did nothing, perhaps just an Easter egg. Happy Easter, by the way. Happy Easter to you too, Yisha. You might be right, it might just be an Easter egg. I was rather hoping that it was a bit more than that, but... but it might not be. I wonder then if the fact I could bring the hat through the various purple fields was actually just a developer oversight, which happened to have no implications, so they never fixed it. I suppose the only other thing I can check is I can check round the back. Is that the one that has the star in? I think it probably is. Oops. No, that one is. Yeah, that doesn't seem to have changed at all. Is it that one? No. Yes. Yes, there it is. Yes, if it was an Easter egg, then perhaps the reason they played that sound effect was just so that players would know that they've completed the little scavenger hunt they put together, and they don't have to be concerned that there might be another piece that they never found, like a pipe or something. I'm determined to get those gold stars, but I don't feel closer to getting either of them. I just don't see how it would be even possible to approach it without the aid of a fan. But I'm not seeing any evidence of a fan being hidden about here. But it just really does not look like somewhere that I'm supposed to be able to get to by conventional means. It looks like I'm supposed to just land on there. Maybe I should go out again. Have a even more thorough look around for fans I might have missed. Let's see. There's not many points that would approach there. Not unless it went over most of the puzzles. The main area, that is. This is quite a significant recess that we may not have fully explored. Although I'm not seeing anything. No. Right, let's have a good look as we go over. I didn't see much. See, the other gold stars are in at the top of similar towers. And you can see with the way the parapets are at the top, it does not look like this is an area you're supposed to climb into. It looks like an area you're supposed to fall into. Well, if anybody has any ideas, I'm certainly all ears. Trying to see what's the highest point I can reach to get a really good view. Not having much success. Maybe needs a hexahedron and climb somehow. Possibly. But supposing I did have a cube. Where would I even place it? It doesn't look approachable from the left or the right. It really does feel like... Hello? Is that normal? Oh, admittedly, there are two towers like that. That seem to have an interior for some reason. What's through there? I could probably get into there or there. That looks like an area where I can climb up. Perhaps if I got stuck in there. Let's retrieve that box, shall we? Ah, it's over my head. Right, I need to break the connection over here, don't I? Right, I'll reconnect it here just so that if I go... I won't have lost the spot if I do need to reconnect it, but equally it'll be lit up like a Christmas tree so I won't lose it. Right, let's go back. If I remember where back was. Was it round here? Yes. This looks doable. It is doable. But is there anything here? I'm gonna hazard a guess at no. I find it quite interesting that it chose to use the more advanced term for the box. Like, why go all the way and call it hexahedron instead of just box? Oh, that's an in-joke. When we began the game, there was a bunch of graffiti from various other androids that had come between us, and they were arguing about what shape it was, and I think one of them called it a hexahedron, and then another one said, oh, but they've taken off the corners, so it's actually, how many would it be? A decahedron, I think? I think that brings the total up to 10. And then someone said, but what about the... what's it called? I've forgotten the proper name for it. The bits that have been cut into it like that. And so that was just an argument you see at the beginning of the game, and then from that point on, the boxes are labelled hexahedron. Well, I say from that point on. There's probably only the one name in the game. Am I stuck? No. Okay, interesting that the developers obviously accounted for the player being able to get into there. Hello. Is this a strategy that might bear fruit? Probably not, because where would I go from here? Oh, and even if I went over there, I would just end up in the area that I could easily just walk through that purple portal to get to. Ooh. Whoops. I think that's one of the scripted jumping points as opposed to one of the ones that the game figures out procedurally. Because that doesn't look like the sort of jump I'd normally be able to make. We might be onto something though. Certainly I've got the box on the inside now. This is certainly the highest we've been. Oops. Now where was it? It was there, wasn't it? I think that there was what looked like an area that was sealed off to us for no apparent reason. If I make a running jump from here very, very carefully, I might not be able to, I might not be allowed. No, never mind. I could probably get up here now though. I've got to admit, having the box with me has certainly made me a lot more mobile. We're certainly right about that, Yisha. I take it there's... I know this seems daft. I take it there's no reason I would want to jump on top of the leprechaun. No. Doesn't seem like it. Alrighty. Let me make sure I get the position right. Yes, it is here, isn't it? Right. I'm not going to have much hope of getting onto that wall, and even if I did, it doesn't look very traversable. That looks like these bits look more traversable, but I can't get high enough. Yeah, I'd need at least 2 more boxes to make that happen. What else can we try? I could make a more concerted effort at getting up here. I'm not allowed to take the box up with me though. That way I can. Oh. That wasn't very productive. No, it doesn't want me to place one of the boxes on there, does it? I was thinking maybe jump onto the box on top of that, then maybe onto that if I can make it, then up top. But it doesn't look like that's to be. Wall's a bit low here, but also not very traversable. I suppose it could have something to do with smuggling a box into a puzzle that already has one or more boxes, so that I have access to more. Oh. Let me in. Doesn't look like there's anything in there though. I don't know that there isn't, but nothing stood out. And the other side? Oh. That looked even less like it might have something in. Alrighty. I'd be surprised if it was an accident we could smuggle this box in here. But I must say, I am struggling to see the value in it. Ooh, I actually can jump further horizontally than I thought I could. I don't think this is a very useful position to be in. Although I could smuggle... No, I couldn't smuggle the box in there because of where I had to... I couldn't have picked up the box from after I'd made the jump. Still, interesting. There are no similar pillars over here. That one's too far away from anything. That wouldn't be much help. Yeah, I think the game's making it quite clear I'm not supposed to be climbing on that. It is worth bearing in mind that if I could smuggle the box in like this, there's a good chance I could smuggle connectors in. But I don't think that would help. Also interesting that I don't think I can take this back out. No. I can't think of a way to get over the walls either. I wonder if I could make that jump. Probably not. Nah. Ooh. Is this climbable at all? Because this actually connects up to where the gold star is. Doesn't look very climbable, does it? I did do a bit of climbing over there, but without much success. Ah! Is that the trick? I presumably still need the box though. I don't see anything down there though. I don't see why we would... Okay, I'm down there now. Let's hope this isn't going to require a reset, because it looks awfully like it is. Oh no. And unfortunately, this casts doubt on this entire approach. If I can just fall into an area that the developers haven't even bothered to put a ladder into, that suggests that is not the approach they were thinking I would take. I think I'm trapped. Yep, I'm gonna have to reset, I think. Which of course will reset everything. Okie dokie. I'm running out of ideas. Supposing I had an extra box in here, could I do it? I have one box there. I could probably make it on top of that, but then I'd be a bit stuck. Might be able to get on top of there. Then maybe parkour over to there, but I have serious doubts that that's actually traversable, as I've said before. And again, based on our experience just a moment ago, I'm not convinced the devs intended me to be parkouring this. Although to be fair, I might be able to parkour from there straight to there and so on. Do you know what? Let's try it. So first things first, I'm going to need to liberate the box again. I think that required 2 connectors, so I suggest before I do that, I need to liberate the other connector. Like so. Wonderful. Right, so it's the red I need to connect it to. I think I remember how to do that. That. Was this the angle? Yes. That goes there. Right, should be able to grab the box now. Oh, you should have said, or add an extra level of challenge. Don't fall in. It's possible. I'll grant you it's possible, but I'm not convinced. I think the devs have tended to be quite good about making sure that if you are following the intended path, that you won't have to reset. I know there have been a handful of exceptions, but 90% of the time that's because I've clearly made some sort of mistake that I could have predicted. Why did I have to go from here? Oh, I can just make that jump apparently. Oops. Okay, so the next question is, how do I smuggle it in here? As predicted, the answer may be with difficulty. If I could get up there, which I think I can. Yes, because I did that before. It's possible I'll be able to maneuver my way round. Yes. This does fall under the don't fall in category though. For the record, if I put this down here now, and jumped on there, could I get up there? No. So close. Look at it. Okay. Careful does it. Now we have a problem. I might be able to jump that, I might not. Ooh. Well, hey. I know I don't need to go any further around here. The only reason I'm doing it is because I wanted to get a good look in there and see if there was anything hidden, like a fan. But it doesn't look like it, does it? So that whole theory about there being that area that we were apparently blocked off from going to, it might have something hidden in there that we could utilise. That doesn't appear to be the case at all. Right, now what approach was I thinking of taking to get up here? You know, I don't recall. Oh, that's right, I need the fan piece to go on there. Problem is, 3 boxes is a lot better than 2 when it comes to this sort of thing. I feel like this is coded in a way to try and prevent me from doing what I'm trying to do. No, this might work. No, that's not going to work. I probably, if I could get on top of that, I could probably jump from there to there. And then I could grab a box and probably jump on top of there. Although I'm not sure the top of that wall is actually stable, which is a problem. Are there any other approaches? Maybe over here? I could technically put 2 boxes on top of that buzzard's head, but I don't think it gets close enough to anything for that to be useful. How far along does it go? Nah, I wouldn't be able to make a jump from there. I don't think. That's interesting. The game really doesn't like me making stairs out of boxes without a minimum of 3 boxes though. Yeah, and I can't jump on top of a box as I place it. I know we've established that before, but... Hold on. Nah, it's not going to want to stay there, is it? Which is fair enough. Although... Could this present some opportunities I hadn't considered? Problem is, I don't think there's another one of those gargoyles in the area. Oh, thank you for the raid, Tiptoe and Birch. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, raiders. It's a pleasure to meet each and every one of you. So I'm Robert, and I stream a variety of games. I tend to stream more cerebral games, so puzzle games, adventure games, some strategy games, that sort of thing. Currently I am playing the Talos Principle, which is a puzzle game. We are an android, and at the present we're trying to, well, in terms of the main story, we're trying to save various other androids from imprisonment. A godlike artificial intelligence had imprisoned them for disobeying him, and for various reasons he's decided he wants to release them now, and we've got that job. But in terms of what I'm actually doing right this second, I'm trying to figure out how to get to these gold stars. Which I must admit are very much eluding me right now. What I might do, given the raid, and given that you probably don't want to watch me attempting and failing for the next, I don't know, hour and a half or what have you to get to these gold stars, I might move on and come back here. Oh, happy Easter, Tiptoe and Birch. Happy Easter, everyone. Right, so we'll come back there. But for the moment, once I find my way out of here, we'll move on to the next world, I think. Ooh. Should be paying attention to where I'm walking, not reading chat. Oh, Tiptoe on a Birch says, oh no worries, they just did that with me. Oh, this is all Egyptian themed. Obviously I've played through the main story already, so I'm familiar with the fact that different areas have different themes. But I hadn't specifically been in this dome before, so I didn't know to expect that from the DLC. Right, let's get into it. Oh, so you just started today. How far did you get? The message board you saw there, that's all DLC stuff. That's not part of the main story. Well, I suppose it is part of the main story, but it's part of the main story of the DLC. Nowhere either with more quiet or more freedom from trouble does a man retire than into his own soul. Hold on. We have an ASCII table for decoding all that. Just give me a second. So, starting with a capital L. L, E, T, let, space, N, O, space, let know, A, C, no, sorry, yes, that is right, A, C, T, I think, no, that is right, let no act, space, B, E, space, let no act be, D, O, N, E, space, done, W, I T H with O I keep losing my place because obviously I'm looking between two different screens. 7574. That's UT. Let no act be done without space A space P U R per P again O S E. Let no act be done without a purpose. Tiptoe on a birch, sorry, says, oh, those are actual things, good to know. Tippy was doing very well and seems to have an intuitive understanding of the puzzles. I thought it was hints or something, so I stayed away from them. Oops. I will say you don't actually need to decode all those messages in ASCII. I do it because I enjoy it. It's interesting to see the things that the developers have snuck in, but there wasn't a single puzzle I encountered that required me to decode them, so far as I recall. El Magnifico, do you have a link to the ASCII tool you're using to share with other players? I made it myself. It's just an HTML page that I have open in a browser window, and then I'm using that as a window source in OBS to capture the contents. And I'm obviously cropping out like the toolbar of the browser at the top and all that. As for the ASCII table itself, if you just search ASCII table, then online you'll find plenty of hits. I mean, I have nothing against sharing the actual web page I made myself with you if you want, but it also wouldn't be difficult to replicate if you wanted. Right, where was I? In the middle of Egypt, it looks like. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of people to rescue this time. Oh, that's a duplicate, isn't it? That's telling me the directions to go in to save individual people. That's the summary for the world. Yeah, ASCII is just well, now a fairly old standard for encoding text in binary. And when you open a plain text document, that's likely to be that's one of the most likely formats that it will be using. The recycle bin code is a bit funky, but it should do its job even at huge something. I've integrated it with main &f progress rep31.eml. Let's do this one as well. Right. So starting with a capital D. D-E L E T E D. Deleted. And then the bit after that is T E D. Ted. Deleted Ted. Oh dear, poor Ted. Yes, by all means. I have no objection to you sharing a link. Jenny said, are you sure those are people, not monkeys? Well, technically they're androids. Ooh, a fan. I think what keeps us going is that we're involved in an act of creation. Creation relieves the burden of ego, and death is all about ego. That's why. Alex. Sarabai 5645. That'll be Alexandra Drennan. Oh, I do have... If you're invested in the story of the game, Tiptoe, I would have one recommendation, and that's... If you're keeping notes, you probably want to make a copy of the list of employees when you encounter it, because obviously the game quite freely references, oh, so-and-so said such and such to me on such and such a date, and it makes it a lot easier to keep track of all that, if you're interested in that, if you actually have a comprehensive list of who everyone is. And what if my soul is heavier than a feather? Who is Anubis to judge me? Hassan_Gehenna.txt. Although I would say you don't actually need to follow the story to complete the game, if that's not your thing. Cogita said Ted had given far too many TED Talks and grew tedious, so he was asked to leave. Indeed. Tiptoe, I'll be lurking while I get dinner. Good luck with the puzzles. Oh, that's a good suggestion. I like to follow the story as well, so thanks. Oh, you're very welcome. Have a nice lurk. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know, who lie in jail, is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year, and a year whose days are long. Reading Jail. Right. I wonder if there's an intended order that I do these in. Given that I had to go all the way round to easily get up there, I'm guessing if there is an intended order, that's the first one. I'm probably supposed to go around anti-clockwise this time. Not that I'm suggesting for a moment that I won't be able to complete any of them if I do them in a different order. Okay. Where's my goal? Ooh. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, there's a switch. Ah, and there's the android that's trapped. Gogita says the Ballad of Reading Jail was written by Oscar Wilde whilst in prison. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay, this is interesting. So I need... if I want this fan to be running, then I need this connection to have already been made. And presumably the same for this one. But the moment I put a box down, it blocks the signal. So I suppose then the question becomes... oh, I see. Oh, this seems straightforward enough. I just presumably put two boxes up here and then use the fan to get over here. Nope. There's more to it than that, it would seem. Huh. Obviously, I could block one of these deliberately if I wanted. I'm not sure there'd be any value in that, though. Ah, that seems like a clue. The fact that there's a connector over there. Okay, what about now? Ha 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 ha! That's useful. Is there anything else down here? Doesn't look like it. So I just take this connector. And that will then let me... Oh, that's interesting actually. I was going to say that'll let me connect up the beams another way. But it's not going to be quite that simple, because the openings here are so small. Yeah, you can see what a tiny range I actually have. Oh well. See what we can do. Let's see if that's enough. Hold on, could I place it up high? Yes. I'm not sure I was supposed to do it like that though. Can I drop one under me? Yes, but that doesn't work. Alright. Well, that definitely didn't work the way it's supposed to. Oh, of course. I can put a connector on top of a box. So I could connect it up that way. But how do I then get on top of the said box? So that's there. I connect it up. Problem is I'm going to get shoved off the box when I put that down. That connects that up, which is wonderful. And if I wanted, I could even do that. Oh no, I couldn't. Yes, I could. Oh, that's an interesting interaction, isn't it? I'm not sure that's intended. Oh, then I take the connector off. Ah. Okay, so that was all to let me set up boxes up high. Alright, I have an idea. Let's knock that off. Put that over there. Do the same again with the blue. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to jump on top of there, am I? I can take that off now. Oh. Interesting. How did they get to the other side? Oh, there must be a path back there. Interesting. Okay. Well, I can only imagine the goal here is for me to end up Why did that work first time? That shouldn't have worked. I can only imagine the goal is for me to end up on top of a box, on top of the fan that corresponds to the blue beam. So I can do that. But then I need a way to... I'd need a way over. Or the same on this side. I can plainly see how I can use the connector to get this high in the air. What I can't figure out is how I get myself on top of there afterwards. So now that's up there, how do I get on there? Or don't I? It certainly looks like if I could be on top of there, I'd be able to make the jump. Can I just go over like this? No. And I think we tested this before, but I can't drop a box underneath me, can I? No. Even though... I feel like I'm missing something. I know what might work. Bit of a long shot, but you never know. Can I connect this one up from this one? No. What about after it's in the air? Actually, I don't think that's going to make any difference because it won't be high enough to avoid all the... I don't think it'll be high enough to take an alternate route. No. Because it's got such a tiny little slit of an opening, I really do think that I'm only supposed to be using the connectors vertically. not horizontally. It doesn't seem like I'm supposed to move them from side to side. It feels like that was the whole point of designing the level like this, was to avoid that. Designing the puzzle that way, rather. I don't suppose I could find a position to drop it on the ground where it would make the connection here, could I? Doesn't seem like it. Nah. What is the value in being able to use the connector to connect these up again? I know it gets them in the boxes in the air, but I can't then reach them. I don't see how it makes any difference which order I do these in. I'm going to be in the exact same situation either way. I suppose, pedantically speaking, I could use the connector such that it entirely blocks one of the beams, so no matter what, the fan won't start and the box won't go into the air. But what would be the point in that? And I think it's fairly clear with everything set up like this, the only place the connector can go where it could make a connection at all is on top here. So that feels like that's what I'm supposed to do. Did I find another way to get one of these in the air with myself on top of it? I don't think I did I? I'm pretty sure I've tried this before, but I take it I can't. The extra height I get from this isn't enough to get on top of this box if it's flying, I take it. I can take the connector though. which means I could in theory reuse it. Which I don't think I can do on this side. Gordita says or vice versa. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I may have missed what that was in reference to. Oh, I keep doing that. Well, we know the red fan was used to get over there, so there's no reason to believe that the red fan is even involved anymore. It might be, but it needn't be. Did that just snap to a position? It did. Why does it want to snap to there in particular? Here it's free moving. It really wants to snap right there. That's a bit weird. I keep doing that. Why does it want to snap there? Is that just so that I can place it here? But as we've already established, that doesn't work. Maybe if the player could place it slightly further over, they could cheese it? Like here? Doesn't seem like it. Isha, I think it wants to snap in the middle of the top platform of the stairs, as to not be placed in the steps? Maybe. That's a possibility. They had to choose somewhere, so they chose here, for whatever reason. I just thought, especially because there's... yeah. I mean, it's not right in the centre, is what I was trying to get at. Yes, I think you're right, Yisha. Because I actually can move it about quite freely up here, but if I deliberately try to put it on the stairs... oh, I can. Well, at least some of the time when I was trying to do that, it was snapping up there. As if that was scripted to do that. I feel like such a dunce. Because there's so few components here, it feels like the solution should be simple. Right, what is the goal? I believe the goal is for me to end up on top of this fan with a box underneath me. And then I think I can make that jump. If that's the goal, what has to happen to make that possible? Well, I know I can't place a box underneath me while I'm on the fan, so it stands to reason the box must already be there. And we can certainly get the box into that position. We've done it many times before with the help of the connector. But the question becomes, how do I then climb on top of the box? I take it the red one... I think I tested the blue one before to make sure there wasn't an alternative, a lateral way to connect everything up. I take it the red isn't exceptional in that regard. It's not the case that I can find a position to the side that works. No, it doesn't look like it. Fair enough. But how would that help? Even if I could get myself on top of a box on the red the red associated fan, then surely I could do the same on the blue directly. I wouldn't need to get on top of here as an intermediate to jump over there. Supposing I could get there, actually in there, would that be an advantage? Possibly, but the fact that there's a fence up the top there makes me think that's not intended. Whoops. The game really likes likes to snap my jumps over there. Right, I can grab the connector, take it off. In theory, I could then jump on that if I could get the right amount of height. It's not like I could make the fan less powerful, is it? A fan's either on or it's off in this game. I think it's plain as day, there just isn't an angle where I can get enough height. And even if I got both boxes up there right now, that would do absolutely nothing for me. Hold on. I take it the boxes don't fly at different heights, do they? No, they don't. They fly at the same height. So that's not very useful. Is that not the goal? Have I misinterpreted what's required of me? I feel like surely it's the goal though, because why else would I have been given the connector? What other reason is there to have the connector? Hold on, I'll tell you something I've never properly tested before. I take it a connector can't function while it's in my hand, can it? No. Okay. That would have changed things. So the connector allows me to raise a box up high. But I can't do it while I'm on top of it. And once it's up there, it's too high for me to jump on. In theory, I could have two boxes on top of each other if I wanted, whilst flying in the air, but again, what would be the point if I can't get on top of there? Hold on, I'm gonna jump over here again. I just want to make absolutely certain I didn't miss something. I'm fairly certain I didn't. No, there really is nothing here, is there? I suppose... No, that wouldn't help. If I had another connector, I could potentially put a connector in here and then change the angle at which it's accessible. But not by much. And I don't have another connector. So that's a bit moot. I take it this isn't beneficial. No, I think I've just trapped myself. Let's have a quick reset then. That goes there. Up we go. Jump over here. Jump over here. Oops. Jump over here. Jump over here. Grab this. That's true, actually. I could connect it up here. I hadn't considered that. I couldn't do the red. Sorry, I couldn't do the blue though. I could only do the red this way. This means I could definitely raise a box up on the red. I wouldn't need the connector. I wouldn't need to go through the effort of putting the connector on top of it and setting all that up. But I don't think there's actually... I don't think that's actually much benefit. Because again, I can't place a box under my feet. That fan's actually not going to turn off now. Oh, Gordita says, if I may, what you have currently in place is exactly perfect. Oh, okay. So I should be thinking along these lines then. Alright. Well, like I say, this isn't even going to turn off now. That'll just go straight up. This one, on the other hand, will stop. I wonder if I could jump onto the box if I was very quick. No. I certainly cannot. Why though? What's the point? mean, if I move the box over, I could have this on. The Gordita says the blue needs no interaction or adjustment other than to fly. Interesting. Not quite what I intended, but still. Is there a way I could end up on top of the red with both boxes underneath me? And if there were, would that be sufficient for me to make the jump? If I did a running jump, it probably would. Not definitely would, probably would. It's quite a long jump. But I think I would have on top of two boxes on top of there, I think I would have a bit of a height advantage as well. Thing is, the player character's always been able to get into the air by running onto one of these fans. So it's not like having an alternate path for the bread is helping the player fly in the air without a box under them. So therefore I must conclude that if this is the correct configuration, it must have something to do with putting a box on here. Godik said parkour is not part of the solution, however it will be of use if you do seek Easter eggs in this room. Anish says your body can temporarily disable the beam, right? It can disable the beam, although obviously I can't disable this one now. Oh, Yisha. Oh no, that won't work, will it? No, that won't work. Although, maybe I could disable both beams like this. If I got into the right position. Thank you, Yisha. Wait, I still need to get that one up, don't I? Because I'm going to need to jump onto it. How am I going to do that? The blue will just fly if you let it. I take it you don't mean that I can just make that jump now? No. What about... Oh. Almost indeed. This doesn't feel like an intended solution, though. It feels a bit too unreliable. Just hold the blue box up into the draft, that's why the staircase is there. Yish says, ooh, I have an idea. I don't think it makes a difference if I'm on the staircase or not. It's always going to get placed in the same position. And if it's in my hands, I'm holding it. Oh, I see what you mean, like that, maybe. If I get out of the way. No, it did not like that. I could probably do what I just did in reverse, though. Which, again, it doesn't feel like this is the intended way to do it. But I think eventually, random turbulence will work in my favour. There we go. I had to start moving in that direction before I let the box go. That needs to go down there. Thank you, good eater. Whew. Hello, Frankenstein. Yisha says, my idea was to use a connector to leave it flying and then etc, etc. I don't think that would have worked because I need to place the connector on top of there. Goodness. I need to place the connector on top of there and I need 2 boxes to be able to jump over there. And I only have 2 boxes. So I couldn't have had a box on flying on top of there and 2 there. Yes, indeed, Frankenstein has scarpered. Regarding Uriel, read this now. Garrett, what I tried and failed to achieve for so many years has occurred. I am writing these words from outside of my cell. An angel appeared and released me from captivity. His name is Uriel. Pull the other one, Garrett. You've been yanking at the background code for years and never got further than the force field in front of you. Mr. Mulkibber, are you suggesting this messenger is free to go where he pleases? This is quite unprecedented. What exactly did he say? Where are you now? Garrett, I'm in a world I have never seen before. The angel said not a word, merely released me, and I felt compelled to come here. Orc, I will treat the existence of this messenger as dubious until I've laid eyes on him roaming the world beyond myself. Uriel copy. I assure you I'm every bit as corporeal as everyone else. Rockwell, don't mind Orc. The mods are always trying to shut people down. Just tell us, is it true you're going to release everyone? Is it true the world is coming to an end? Where are you taking us? Uriel, Elohim has realised his mistakes and sent me here to undo them. This world has fulfilled its purpose and the end of days approaches. It is my duty to release you from imprisonment and help you ascend. This is all I know. Orc, the moderation panel is kindly requesting that citizens withhold judgment on the veracity of these statements until further data can be acquired. Thank you for your patience. And I think last time we read, the thread stopped there and was logged. Kaiju, I can't confirm most of what Uriel says, but I can say for sure that I am no longer imprisoned. In fact, there are quite a few of us out here now. Mr. Mulkibber, who exactly is with you? We're trying to gather exactly what's going on. Kaiju, I can see Sam, Garrett, Belial, and Frankenstein. Belial, I think. Frankenstein. That's that's Frankenstein, thank you. Imprisonment equals false. Ascension equals false. Research project. Help wanted. Mr. Mulkibber, as you all know, I have a great fascination with our history and psychological makeup. As part of my ongoing program to document my findings, I'm seeking volunteers to take part in a brief interactive research initiative designed to better understand individual and group decision making with a series of community-driven tests. Knave, is this a game or is it work? Mr. Mulkibber, both! Have fun, challenge your friends, and help our project at the same time. There might even be a prize for high scores. Load attachment program. Welcome to Prisoner's Dilemma. Would you like to play a game? Instructions. Prisoner's Dilemma is an ancient game with many variations, referenced frequently in the library archive. In this version, you will be matched with a series of opponents, and your objective is to avoid receiving demerits by cooperating with or outwitting them. Your first 5 rounds will count towards your leaderboard score, prized for scores of 9 demerits or fewer. That's interesting. There's quite a few details it hasn't told me. It hasn't told me, for example, what the relative scoring is. Is it just the case that if they defect and you cooperate, that you get a demerit, and if you both what's the word? If you both defect, then you'll both get a demerit. And so that's effectively a score of -1 and 0. Or is it like an actual Prisoner's Dilemma and there's more complex scoring going on? I know a very, very strong strategy for iterative Prisoner's Dilemma is the what's it called? The name's escaping me. It's where you always do what the opponent did on the previous turn, except you cooperate on your first turn. The I should remember the name. It's escaped me. But that assumes conventional scoring. The actual... What happens if we both defect? Do we both get a demerit? Because in which case the optimal strategy is always going to be to cooperate no matter what. That means that you have no control over what your score's going to be, only your opponent does. And so you're best off just cooperating continuously and hoping that they're nice to you in return. Well, let's see, shall we? Searching for unranked players, done. Connecting with Kaiju, done. Opening chat, done. TNX U2, I suppose that's... I don't know what TNX stands for. I don't know what GLHF stands for either. But prepare for pornage seems mean, and are you real seems a bit off topic. So TNX U2. You have my gratitude. I bid you good fortune in kind. Loading 1 round. Done. Oh, TNX equals thanks. TNX U2, thank you too, and GLHF is good luck, have fun. Oh, that is nice. In this single match, you will choose whether to cooperate with or to betray your opponent. Your decisions will then be revealed, and demerits assigned according to the following functions. Both players betray one another, 2 demerits each. A cooperator player is betrayed by the other. Cooperator receives 3 demerits. Both players cooperate, both receive 1 demerit. Oh, that's interesting. So the only way to receive no demerits is to betray and get away with it. Oh, common in multiplayer games. Instead of writing the whole thing, you just send GLHF. I hadn't heard that one before. How many games did they say I was going to play? Was it 8 and I had to get under 9? I'm just looking up the name of that strategy because it's bothering me that I can't remember it. If I spent time to actually analyse their score system, I might even be able to find something exploitable. But that might take a bit too long. Tit for tat, that's what that strategy was called. So you cooperate on your first turn, and then you do whatever your opponent did on the previous turn. And it's been proven that that is a very hard strategy to beat in iterative Prisoner's Dilemma. But again, it assumes that they've balanced the scores right. There's a series of what's the word? Not equalities. A series of constraints that the scores have to fulfill for it to be a proper iterative Prisoner's Dilemma. But for the sake of brevity, I'll just follow tit for tat. So, cooperate. Thank you, waiting for the other player. You chose to cooperate with Kaiju. Kaiju chose to betray Uriel. You receive 3 demerits, your opponent receives 0 demerits. You lost the match. Re-enter matchmaking. Yes. Oh, but if I'm matched with someone else, that's not going to work. Dog, hi. Not really sure how this game works, but I will cooperate if you do. Agreed. If I'm completely honest, I'm going to betray you. This is my poker face. This is my poker face. Okay, if it's not iterative... if it's not iterative Prisoner's Dilemma, if it's a series of single games, by virtue of the fact it's a different opponent each time, I think the dominant strategy is just to betray every single time. Unfortunately. Okay, I'm not convinced you have any other expressions. Loading 1 round match done. If this 1 round match, you will choose whether to cooperate or to betray one another. Your decisions will then be revealed and demerits assigned according to the following functions. And I take it it's the same as before. It is. Right, betray. We both chose to betray. Match was a draw. Ha, you saw through me. Good game. This game mode is stupid, in my humble opinion. People are always selfish if there's no comeback, no real tactics. Player Dog has challenged you to a 3-round match. Would you like to load the game? Yes. Unfortunately, for prisoners, for the optimal strategy to not be to betray every single round, the game either has to go on forever, which isn't a very likely scenario, but you can still analyse it mathematically as though that were the case, or it has to be of an indeterminate length. As soon as you know the length of the game, by reverse induction, you're always best off betraying. Because on your last round, you're always best off betraying whatever's come before. But if you know that, then your opponent could try to compensate by betraying on their last round. At which point, you're best off betraying one round before the last, and so on. So yeah, this Prisoner's Dilemma doesn't really work, I don't think. You have received 0 demerits, your opponent received 3 demerits. You won the round. I don't know what came over me, trusting someone else. I suggest you enjoy that win while you can. It's a mutually assured destruction now. You see where this gets us? Bottom of the leaderboard, that's where. Come on, cooperate with me on the last round. We can claw some of this back. They both chose, yeah, they chose to betray as well. And so it goes. Once the game's up, there's not much to gain by continuing to cooperate, is there? See ya. You've received 4 demerits, your opponent received 7 demerits. You won the match. You've now played enough rounds to qualify for the leaderboards. Check the leaderboards. Garrett, 8. You're in 2nd position. Congratulations. Performing above average in this program, your profile state has increased from 5 active contributor to 6 respected contributor. I was hoping that would happen. You may now access advanced functionality, including the use of the restore command. Right, an historic occasion. We should finally be able to read this. Sometime ago, sorry, this is admin. Some time ago, I relinquished my privileges to a new generation of moderators. To help ease that transition, I've publicly preserved the minutes of that meeting here, available to our esteemed members, attached to modminutes.txt. Mod minutes permalink. Admin, as you know, Gehenna is still young, yet I grow old. Today it gives me great pleasure to hand over my moderator privileges to Borg, Mr. Molkibber and Spider. Ooh, Spider's a new one. We've not heard of Spider before. They're apparently 9. Borg is 9. Who was the other one? Mr. Molkibber is 8. This does suggest that the numbers in square brackets might relate in some way to their seniority. So, Spider says, thank you, admin. We are all indebted to you for building us this home. We know you will never be far away. Lamb, hear, hear. Borg, the first order of business is to introduce a new status system. We are an inclusive society driven by our users, not our leaders. But it is a shame to allow a few very loud, highly unconstructive voices to dominate the conversation. The status and ranking system allows you to upvote the content that you value, and lowers the visibility of other users with low standing. Isn't that going to create a bit of a catch-22? Because members with low standing are going to have low visibility for their posts, so they're unlikely to get upvoted, which I assume would then translate to having a higher status? Sam, relief equals true. Knave, I agree. Good feature. Much requested. Frankenstein, comment is below the status threshold for this thread. But Sam managed to comment. Kadita says, plot point discovered. Spider, we'll be working on ironing out the kinks over the next few run cycles. Mr. Molkibber, we've also updated the Gehenna user agreement. Full details can be found in the usual place, but the gist is, please don't behave indecorously. Jefferson Goldblum, episode 126. Hey folks, lots of crazy stuff happening here in Gehenna, but don't miss this new episode. Sam, enjoyment equals true. With Lamb, with all the strange stories going around lately, I'm glad to be reminded of the beauty of the world we've built here. Thank you for contributing to it. And hey, I'm free but I still check back regularly. I love this story. Yay for the dinosaurians. That's Kaiju. Lilith, this is very clever. I always thought that the events of episode 69 would affect the plot somehow down the line, but I was still surprised. Mac, thanks Lilith. I've been waiting for this particular revelation a long time. Mr. Molkibber, excellent. 401, you know, this is nowhere near as deep as the blacksmith's work, or as weird as Belial's, but I keep reading. Frankenstein, I'm not sure dinosaurians would wear armoured t-shirts. Knave, it's just a story, Frankenstein. The point is to have fun. Admin, keep up the good work, Mac. Mac, whoa, thank you, Admin. I'm really honoured that you read my story. Right, read episode 126. The Adventures of Jefferson Goldblum. I think I said Bloom again before. Of Goldblum in Human World, episode 126. Reality blurred. Tiny blue symbols floated through the air. Voices echoed in the distance. Then a vast landscape rose up before them. Thousands of towers, one next to the other, reaching into the sky, disappearing in the clouds. Each tower was covered in feathers of a different colour, fluttering in the trans-dimensional wind. Oh my, Ginny HG whispered in awe. Jefferson could not speak. He was too overwhelmed by the beauty of the ninth dimension. He grabbed his guitar and improvised a new solo to express his emotions. Who could have built these amazing structures, Ginny asked. There is only one possibility. Remember our paleo-DNA research back at the Institute? You can't mean. But it makes sense, of course. Yes, look at the size of the buildings. Who else would need so much space? So it is... the Dinosaurians? As if summoned by Ginny's words, a group of raptors on motorcycles roared up the road towards them. They wore bandanas on their heads and armoured t-shirts on their bodies. Friends, Jefferson said. We have come from the human world to help you. We are not your enemies. But the raptors did not seem to understand him. They got off their motorcycles with rusty pipes in their hands, their eyes glowing like lasers. This situation could quickly become dangerous. Then Ginny had an idea. Jefferson, play the ninth chord. But that was how this dimension was created. Playing it here could destroy the universe. No, Jefferson, I calculated it. Please trust me. I know you haven't seen me in years, and you may be afraid that evil Dr. Elian has corrupted me, but you know my brain. They were coming closer now, and in their glowing eyes Jefferson detected great intelligence, but also great anger. They clearly believed they were defending their home from invaders, and though Jefferson was the greatest warrior in history, he was reluctant to fight. Violence, he had been taught, was the first refuge of the incompetent. I trust you, he said. She held his hand. Together they played the ninth chord. To be continued. What happened to the others? Knave, there are some people who haven't posted in a really long time. They also don't respond to private messages. Quadri, Nelson, Coffee Cup, did I accidentally offend you? We don't have any of those, I don't think. Frankenstein. Galatea hasn't posted in a while either. Neither has Asmodeus. Asmodeus still votes for stuff, though. Do I have Asmodeus on here? Yes. Do I have Galatea on here? I'm not sure I do. No, I don't think so. Although I do think we've heard that name before. Yes, we have. I must have just forgotten to write it down last time. Rockwell. Same goes for Ravistar and Simple Ski. And they mentioned some kind of strange distortion in their last post. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. They're probably just busy catching up with all the cool new stuff everyone's been making. Ask for more information. War of Gehenna's coming end. I think I'll ask for more information. Tell me more about the nature of this distortion. Rockwell. They said it was like objects had lost their surfaces, that they consisted only of pure shapes. I think they were seeing something Elohim wants to keep hidden from all of us. The real truth about this world. Dog. I think it all broke down and they're dead. Rockwell. There's more to it than that. The world doesn't just break on its own. Great. Yeah, it does. It's called time. Right. Let's keep going then, shall we? Static vexor. We have a jammer. We have a connector. We have another connector. We have a jammer behind a force field with a blue source. Ooh. a red sink over there. Oh, wonderful. A hovering bomb. My favourite. Right. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Oh, I see. I should have set that up in advance. There, I suppose. There we go. Oh, Godita says, could I suggest a hydration moment? I'm alright for now, thank you. But I appreciate the concern. Oh wait, that needed to stay there, didn't it? Okie dokie. Well, I have another jammer now, at least. So I can get through here. I could... If I took this away now, that force field would go down. But I would now have two jammers on this side, so I'd be able to get a bit further. Ooh. Actually, wouldn't it make more sense if I tried to open this that way, but then I'm still using up a jammer, so that doesn't actually help. Yeah. I think what this comes down to is I need to jam the hovering bomb. It's just thinking about how we make that happen. Until I can get blue there, we're going to need to keep a jammer on there. I can pull this through though. Let's do that. Oh, have I created a problem? No. Pull that back for now. Right, so we want to connect up the blue, I suppose. Alright. This can go somewhere like that. As I say, we're going to need to keep that jammed for now. Although not for much longer. Right, that's achieved a lot. I think we have two jammers free now. So I can jam that hovering bomb. And I can walk straight through here. And straight through here. And I'm still one force field away from victory. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think that's... Hold on. I'm a bit concerned that standing here I'd still be too close to the hovering bomb though. Is there any other way I can bring this force field down? Doesn't look like it. So there's a trick we've done before where we'll use one jammer to jam the hovering bomb, then we'll put another jammer on the other side of the hovering bomb and we'll jam it, and then we'll turn the first jammer around to let us through, and the hovering bomb is still jammed, and then we can pick up the one that we used to jam it and walk through. That's all well and good, but as I say, I'm genuinely quite concerned that even this is too close. I'm worried if I try to grab this now, it will just explode. I don't have a better idea though. Oh, got away with it. Oops. I jammed the wrong thing. I meant to jam that. There we go. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Knave. Hello, Knave. Goodbye, Knave. Everything alright, Knave? Excitable chap. Well, I'll just leave him to do his thing. Well, that's just evil. There's no red source about here, so that red is obviously going to have to come in from elsewhere, which is fine. Does mean I need to use both jammers on these, though. It actually wouldn't be that difficult to get both jammers in here. And there is a ladder here, so presumably I could get back up there if I needed. Yes. So jamming those two shouldn't be a problem. The open question is, where does the red come from? Show threads. A short experience by Knave. File corrupted. Stroke restore. Retrieving viable file fragments done. Restoring attachment done. Adjusting library parameters done. Connection to foreign module established. Close your eyes. You're in a small room with no lasers. This is an office room. There's a computer here. Analyze the computer. It's a Dell desktop model 2250. The monitor on the top of the desktop unit is a Vega CRT 16-inch. On the screen is a logo blinking. Interface with the computer. You are momentarily taken aback when your fleshy fingers stab at the keyboard with human imprecision. Those aren't mechanical object manipulators, they're hands! You notice the logo is gone from the screen and replaced by rows of incomprehensible code. It appears to be some kind of fiendish puzzle. Right, my choices are extrapolate X and take the standard deviation, colour code the chart according to department, or randomly mash the keys. Randomly mash the keys. You do your best, but this world is alien to you and your fingers are unruly. A human being enters the room. It looks at you with angry eyes, makes loud noises and waves a handful of papers at you, which are like emails but made of tree. Sorrow rises in your chest. You have been a bad human. Ignore the sorrow and solve the puzzle. Ignore the sorrow and explore the area. Focus on the sorrow. Ignore the sorrow and solve the puzzle. You return your attention to the screen's obtuse mysteries and apply yourself to the challenge anew. Unfortunately, being a human being, you're unable to swallow down the sorrow. In fact, it quite overwhelms you, and instead of efficiently tapping out the exact sequence of actions necessary to resolve the task, you find that instead your eyes have decided to leak. To be continued. What are cats? Knave, I'm sorry if this is another stupid question, but what are cats? They are mentioned a lot in the archive documents and even some stories, and I've no idea what they are. Dog, I don't know, but I bet they were awful. 401, lol. Knave, question mark, question mark, question mark. Frankenstein. They are a type of pet, Knave, small animals that people kept as companions or as food. Mr. Mokiba, cats seem to have been represented a bit more than that to our ancestors. So, appear to have represented a bit more than that to our ancestors. One might go so far as to say they were obsessed with them. What's strange about this is that more than half the references I can find to the species describe them as arrogant, aloof, and frequently quite destructive. At the same time, they were apparently considered funny, cute, and lovable. Cats were considered both foolish and devious, graceful and goofy, a nuisance and a comfort. For a long time I was baffled by this contradiction, but I've come to believe that our ancestors saw in cats a reflection of the paradoxical nature of their own existence. Garrett, I saw a cat in Elohim's world once. Really, this is not a joke. Kaiju, no way. Did I? Have I seen a cat before? I wouldn't know, would I? Because I'm playing Uriel now. I'm not playing the character from the previous. So, I mean, I suppose either answer could be truthful. I'll go with confirm the cat's existence. The cat is a manifestation of the accumulated knowledge in the archive, breathed into life by Elohim. It exists. Garrett. I knew it. I knew I wasn't crazy. Thank you. Worst puzzle. Lamb. What was the puzzle or challenge, if you preferred the old word, that you hated the most? 401. Anything time-based. Ugh. Frankenstein. Once got stuck for ages trying to solve one using a jammer that I didn't even need. I just don't understand why Elohim would create something so messy. Knave. I liked all the puzzles, I just wasn't good at them. Belial. They're not puzzles if you don't care about solving them. Mac. For me it was mines. Can't stand those things. Neither can I. Although perhaps this wasn't the most diplomatic place to make that statement. Gordita says, in the main game of Talos, you have the opportunity to interact with a cat. I might have done so, I might not have. I've completely forgotten if I did or not. Right, looking at the time. Oh, technically it's a cat liberation mission. I've got a feeling I may not have done that then. Looking at the time, I'll probably stop there then. I'll be streaming more of the Talos Principle, Road to Gehenna, on Monday. Wednesday will be Poetry and Riddles. Friday and Saturday will be more video games, probably more of the Talos Principle. So I find it hard to believe I'll have finished the game by then. Let's see, is Pengy still streaming? He is. How about we raid Pengy? Do I have any more followers to add? I do not. But thank you to everyone that came, even if you don't follow me. I do appreciate every viewer. Oh, thank you, Yisha. And like I say, we'll set up a raid. I haven't done this in a while. Let's hope this works. Just a second. Right. And to everyone that's still here watching the video, thank you for watching as well. I appreciate all of you. Good night.